Work, and then I
Pretty
stayed.
bad when you have to go to work to
Sticking
recover
in
from
the.
Well, then I stayed there till, well, I was at work
Hearing.
until 4:30, and then I had to go to the fire hall for training till last night, so
Oh, no, that from,
it's like
The county.
old days.
So our guys are coming about 9:30.
Oh, full.
Charlene and I are.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to share that. I think. If
I
everybody.
know what that.
Okay.
Front.
I thought you'd want to get through your.
Trying to get through the report so some people can,
Reports. And
and I was fine with that.
if you were gonna have public comment or whatever.
But she'd asked me, I said, it's a town 9:30, 10, I go to work.
Okay, we'll see you in a few minutes. Sounds good. Okay,
There's leftovers.
Jeremy's gonna be
Donuts
here
from
in 2 minutes.
CJCC if you want one.
Oh, sweet. Breakfast of Champions.
Camera's going nuts. The donuts.
There you go.
Technically, they're left over from your meeting, so you should have some say in who you give them to.
You want the donuts up on you, Jen?
Oh, but thank you. Oh, yeah. Got all that. Okay. I don't know where we got that. But we'll do it again. Well, in left field today. All right, has anyone heard of?
Jeremy's like 2 minutes out.
2 minutes out?
Yeah, he's just,
I'm gonna have to wait for him. I need to go through the
he gets
minutes.
stuck in traffic.
So that the August minutes, I didn't make those changes.
Did you say he's stuck in
Yeah,
traffic?
let's look at the minutes because I didn't get a chance to do that.
Probably the green, yeah.
Good.
You guys want packets? I can have them print them off quick if you guys want this.
I've got it on my computer, but up to everybody else, I guess.
Pull it up on my computer. Actually printed the stuff and then I left it on my table at home.
Oh.
Yes.
It's all right. I was 20 minutes late for personnel yesterday. So
Yeah, well,
it happens. It's life.
thank you. I left with plenty of time and then I got here and there's a line at the Quick Trip, there's a line on Main Street. I'm like, holy crap,
You're gonna be late. Now on.
I should. Well, it's not
You
something you
can
can
even be more late.
That's okay.
Well, thank you guys for your grace in this matter.
Well, you're good, Jeremy. I will call it to order. 9:04, we'll call the finance to order. First item of business is approval of minutes from August 21, August 27, and September 10th of 2025. Or a motion to approve those 3 dates of minutes. Everybody had a chance to review. Motion from Mr. Undershoot to approve the minutes from those 3 dates. Do I have a second?
I'll second them.
I have a second from Mr. Vincent. Any further discussion or changes, additions? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from August 21, August 27, September 10th, by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. It's approved. Public comment. Have any public comment? Have any public comment? See no one in here from the public? Going to move on to reports. First up is Mrs. Creening with the treasurer's report. You lucky lady, right out of the gate.
Been nothing real exciting to report here. You can see our balances. Um, I'm gonna share.
My what?
Share.
You wanna go through that stuff
Just
you shared with us last night or yesterday, sorry?
On the screen?
yeah, if you would. Had to do a restart, so
That kind of morning.
heaven forbid I unplugged and moved to a different room.
Which one did you want me to see first? The,
The treasurer's report.
Is that the one that was?
Just still, I don't think, in August, we had too many CD renewals. There was just a couple. Still getting a pretty good rate. We're still in the fours, which is still pretty good. Did do some longer term CDs that I worked with. ADM, we've got some that are 15, 18, 24, 30 months. 30 months, I think was like 3.95. So I feel pretty good about that if interest rates do drop. Because we're gonna have some funds that still be at a little bit higher rate. We have been, next month you'll see probably the pool is gonna be down some. I've had to transfer a few times out of the pool into our general checking just to cover checks that are being written. So it's been, I have to do another transfer probably tomorrow. So that'll probably go down a couple million. Nothing else to.
You don't want it? Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
We discussed, I remember, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, whatever. We were looking into the CDs and different banks if they were going to. I don't remember. You were looking to make sure they were.
Insurance, the FDIC insurance.
Yeah, did
Yes.
you get any feedback on that? Some of them?
Good across the board. So on some of the banks we're over the 250. State of Wisconsin has an extra million that they would provide. So between that and what the banks have pledged, we're covered.
You know more about banking than I do, but I gotta ask the question. So it looks like, I'm not even 100% sure. I think the Fed was gonna take quarter.
They did drop the quarter. When they do that, that affects more like mortgages, car loans.
So much CDs.
This trail's further behind. That
Right.
will trail later. So if that starts going down more, I think that's where we're gonna see our interest rates that we can get will go down.
So I gotta ask then, why do you think, and I know you're new to this, why do you think we had some of these closer to, well, some of them are older, 5% or better. Earlier in the year, we had some in the upper fours.
Cause when
Now
Verna,
they're dropping them down to us all the way to 4.
cause when Verna opened those, CD rates were at those 5%.
There's been that much fluctuation since then.
Well, it's just been kind of a little bit of a steady, and then it was kind of like, they got into the fours. In my experience from where I came from, like, it was the sit and wait game of what's gonna happen. And really, nothing traumatic has happened yet. Hopefully it doesn't drop fast. It'll be a steady downturn, but that's why you saw the 5s, because at one point,
We even had one that, well, that was last year matured, but yeah, like, it's
right,
been done in 23, that
Yeah.
one is almost 6.
Well, and what I noticed is that the 5s are kind of shorter term, right? So there was kind of a squeeze on liquidity and you were able to capture some of the shorter term, higher interest rate products.
And we can put these out to everybody? We do this, or how do we?
I worked with existing. I did reach out, to Chippewa Valley to kind of get some quotes too. And at the time, I mean, they weren't quite what we were able to get. A little bit lower, so I didn't pursue that yet, but I will still follow up with them.
See some of our better ones on here, older ones anyhow. Well, there's one maturing here in November at 4.5, one maturing July of 26 at Cumberland at 4.95.
So,
That one, okay, that was an 18-month.
yep, there's some 30 months on there, there's 18. I mean, we have a nice variety. And when they mature, just in case we would need to tap into them.
Yeah, they've got a staggered maturity.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have a cheat sheet that I created just to keep track of when these all mature.
Well, their Cumberland was way higher than everybody, I don't know.
When they mature, then do you check with all the other ones that you're,
Usually,
go to whoever's got the highest rate at that date?
so usually what I do is, and Berna did the same practice just because I worked with Berna, I knew this is what she did also. Check where the funds are currently, see where they're at, what the best they could offer. You know, she would compare it to the pool. And if either one of those were not even close, then I think we would take it out and see what other options we had.
Well, that's our free money. That's why I'm questioning it. It helps us out a lot when it comes to budget time.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a lot of it in there. So a quarter or 0.5% adds up.
Yes.
Sure it does, but I don't think the environment's gonna I don't think we're running back into a higher interest rate environment soon. So it's gonna stay the same or go down next year.
Yeah, I just had to ask the question because I knew interest had probably, since some of this kind of hit its peak. I think the government, had kind of backed it up maybe 3/4 of a point, maybe a little more, but it seemed like the CDs have went farther, especially the longer ones.
Yeah, and I think they're forecasting, right, a bunch of quarter point cuts is what I think is what's happening.
And for a while, I think people were just nervous about committing to longer terms because people were just not sure what was gonna happen.
If I'm not mistaken, a couple of these banks, when in the past, I'd have to ask Verna for sure, but it seems like I remember hearing a couple times reached out to ones that were getting close to expiring. And they were willing to leave it at the same rate if we left it in.
Sometimes,
Yeah,
sometimes,
There were some that we pulled out early and paid the penalty because in
Yep.
like 2 months we.
and we get the higher interest too.
Somewhere,
Dollars there.
things were going up and, yeah.
yeah, that was on the upswing.
There's a hockey stick.
Yep.
But then some of them, if I remember right, that's when some of the rates went up too. They're like, don't pull it out. We'll do this for you. There was some of that too, I think, that went up.
Right. Yeah, it was pretty competitive there for a while.
Yeah, what else we got?
So as far as my budget, I think just the one line item that I reported last month might be over a little bit. My other line item that's gonna be over probably is the conference one. Just because I'm going to 3 conferences this year, and I think in the budget, it might not even be in that packet. I don't know, Ashley, because I
Okay.
had the airhead moment where it was sitting in my draft instead of sending it to you. But I think next year I'll change my line item budget for conferences, because I do plan to go to all 3. And I did not think about Rebecca potentially going to her, so I might have to change this. Right now, I have $362 left in that conference, which my out of county travel later will show costs for going to my fall conference. So I will be over probably $500 there. Oh,
You're elected, because just on, we just take that on your check.
okay.
I'm kidding.
But I mean, overall, I think we're gonna still be fine. I think it's nothing to be alarmed about, so.
Thanks for being forthcoming. Rich.
Yeah, it was very valuable to go to all the conferences, especially that first one in March. To meet treasurers and the other clerks and.
With me.
I'm big into some of those things. It's very good for professionalism to be going to the conferences. There's always professional value, I think.
When you're new to a position, you don't know what you're gonna get the most out of it until you go to it. And then
You actually, sometimes you even get more, the more in the weeds with your position you get. You learn the next time
You go.
plus you network a little bit too.
Find out what the other treasurers are up to.
Yeah, it's good to make the face-to-face contacts. Sure.
Then it looks like delinquent taxes, the other thing we need to cover, or is there more?
That's where we're at.
Yeah.
One.
Well, that's from-
One in 2020 is continuing to make their scheduled commitment. So. Nice by the end of the year to have that one offline, but we're still.
When we began early this year, was 2019 on there?
Right. And that's cleaned up, so it's the same parcel. So hopefully by the end of the year, 20 will be off.
I don't remember, you did a comparison for us once, I think, somebody did. I think we're kind of on track with where county's been in the past.
I think Baker Tilly does that for you in their
Okay,
reporting.
maybe that's where I saw it.
On a positive note, the properties that we took, we were on the docket. Take 10 properties and we had 1 pay before the court date, so we're down to 9. We took.
But
Yep.
all right, any other questions or? Steve? All right, thanks, Missy. Miss Heath. Administrative Coordinator report.
Okay, so there's the P and L for the joint management buildings, the P and L for the county-owned buildings, and then the budget amendments and transfers worksheet. Nothing really of note for joint management. Obviously, the forest industrial buildings are going to take a loss this year. We have that new tenant in there, and we've been having to do quite a few repairs out there, which have come through in the form of budget amendments for you guys. Otherwise, nothing really out of the ordinary at this point in the year for joint management. On the county side, I did want to note that we did get the check for the sale to the Flambeau Outfitters. So that has come in as a revenue booking to that old hospital site line. Otherwise, again, nothing really out of the ordinary with our county property. We did have that lightning strike on the Tony Rail Yard, so there's some expenses out there that we normally don't have. But still looking good with the revenue that we've taken in. And then on the budget amendment and transfers worksheet, the only new thing since the last meeting would be a reminder that you guys did fund 3 months of the office licenses with a transfer out of wages in the IT budget. And then the budget amendment for the blower repairs at the Forest Industrial Park. In terms of ad hoc construction, they have forwarded a resolution, an intent resolution, with one clarifying whereas clause. It was mentioned at the last county board meeting that there was maybe some discomfort at the language in there and that it seemed as if it was committing the county to bond. So we worked with Baird and Quarles did add another whereas paragraph to make it clear that there will be additional action required by the board before Baird is allowed to go to market with our general obligation debt. So that will be coming back from ad hoc construction.
Okay, anybody got any other questions for Ashley?
We expect that we're done with the extra repairs at the forest industrial building. Like, I know there was some additional expenses to them moving in and stuff. Is there any more are we finally got her done that we need to do? I'm gonna be back next month.
The blower motors were the last thing that Alan had brought up. Joint management does meet
It
this
was like
afternoon.
concrete too, right, before this?
Yeah, for the loading docks, yeah. But the blower motors were the last outstanding thing that I have heard. I don't think Brett is aware of any other repairs, but Alan had kind of been bringing that forward as being point of contact out there.
Oh, if anyways.
Yeah, so nothing on the radar as of now, but joint management does meet this afternoon again.
Great. Any more questions? All right, we got a little time yet. Let's do the clerk's report.
We have 47 marriage license, 40 cutting permits. The dog license in person is 2,562 for a total, and online was 526. Public records for the last quarter from 7/1 to 9/3 was 500, well, there's less than that, but there's a total of 513 in the records. This quarter alone, between 7/1 and 9/3, there's been 21,162 hits.
When you say that, is that where they can go on and look at things that are already posted? So from when to when? It was
7/1 to 9/3.
21,000 hits?
I have daily hits of 500.
On what now?
Open records.
Open records.
That's getting more hits technically than the county website.
On the website.
In a sense. Of course, you gotta go through the county website to get to it, but
County website's getting hits too then.
Maybe we can sell advertising space.
That's how we solve our budget.
that sounds funny, but it's not.
It's not funny. It's.
No, you can talk 22,000 hits in 3 months.
We have the traffic.
You have the traffic.
I still advertise it.
That's kind of your baby because you had the economic development thing. So I think that should fall in your realm for that position if it gets
If you
approved.
pass-
The reports, I can give you reports off of here.
I think that it's becoming a large enough activity that we should be looking at it a little more regularly. I think like you're doing now. Because open records has become, I think we were talking about it, we're trying to quantify the head impact, right? So the equivalent heads that taking those requests and then service the account. And I think I think there's almost half to a 3/4 head time every week.
It is slowing down a bit right now. But then it picked up a little bit and then
To get like,
IT is really getting hit hard right now and they're requesting things that we can't give right now.
does it get like worse during like election seasons and stuff, or does it kind of
It
random?
just depends if,
Depends on how many stupid things Phil says in a meeting.
pretty much.
I think we all fall underneath that category from time to time.
It just depends what's going on, and what they want to see, or if there's something presented in a meeting that, something like this report, okay, it wasn't presented in the meeting. Somebody may want that report and then I can give that to them. So, or Highway had they had something presented to the Highway Committee from Mr. Kern and somebody wanted that. So then that comes into play. So the more we post on our website for agendas and minutes and the packets and so on and so forth, the less I'm getting, but more open, better off.
When you have reports, they are included in the minutes?
I did not include this one, no.
No, I'm just wondering if somebody makes a report to a committee, if that report in its form is included as part of the minutes, then people don't have to
It's part of the packet.
have for public record.
Right, it's part of the packet typically, and we put the packet online.
Yeah.
So if I put the packet online, then they can go there and take a look at everything that we discussed during the meeting.
How many reports get included in the packet? I mean, are brought,
As many as I can.
not from your standpoint, but somebody comes to the meeting with the report.
Right,
And, you know,
and then we'll have to get it from them and then
Yeah.
give it out. So, and that's what we do.
But who oversees the web or actual website here for the county? IT, is that on IT's shoulders or do you guys kind of all share it a little?
Each department pretty much keeps their own page updated. Connie and I do a lot on like the main page. It depends which, like public health updates their own page. Forestry updates. their
Low
own.
unemployment, we wouldn't have so many people with so much time on their hands.
Recognize the comment made by the supervisor.
Yeah, at some point I had like at least 10 to 15 a day. It just kept coming. It's like, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
I don't know about the rest of it. I wouldn't mind seeing that next month or something. Just bring something that I never dreamt we were getting that kind of.
I can
Yeah,
print
thanks.
it. I can print this one and I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
You guys can all have it. Yeah.
Email it out.
And if anything, it demonstrates the county's commitment to transparency, right? That we're spending so much time processing and taking seriously.
And it's
requests.
10,000 a year to have this program. And I was trying to think of something better, but cheaper, but just as good. And it's like, I don't know how to, to do the same thing, because all these records that we have right now, we have to keep. And for the 7 years. So we have to keep this, and that's being kept in the cloud. So we have all of this data. Everything's there.
Okay.
Budgets, I don't have much. There's no change really.
Got one, I had told these guys 9:30, but if they're good with it, we got one report left to do.
That's fine.
Basically, should the finance report should.
Mhm, mhm.
Is Chris up there?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Bingham.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good. How are you, sir?
Doing great, thanks. Yeah, I have three reports. The first one is back taxes. So year to date through 25, we've collected 225,000. When you compare that to the 4-year average of 221,000, we're up about $4,000. If we look specifically just at last year, we're up about $19,000 over last year. So the back taxes is on budget. The second one is sales tax collections through 2025, and this is June because again it's 2 months in arrears, is $716,000. If we compare that to the four-year average and projected out through the end of the year, we will be trending at about 1.35 million in collections for the year, which is about 148,000 higher than the budget. Year to date, we're trending about $60,000 or 9.1% over the actual collections from last year. Any questions about either one of those reports? Hearing none, moving on to the monthly budget report. I've three issues, and basically we've already talked about two of them, the two positive ones. But the first one is the finance budget is going to be over about $70,000 for the year. That is because of the increase in contractual services for 2025. That is partially offset by vacancy savings. So that is consulting. That is Baker Tilly. The second issue is the RMCH building, as Ashley talked about. That second sale closed, so that'll end to be a positive 339,000. And then the third thing I want to call out is what I just talked about, the sales tax. It is trending higher and looks to beat the estimate. Everything else is on track for 2025. Any questions about the budget report?
Anything, guys?
You're referring to the monthly budget reports?
Yes, sir.
I guess I just have a question on, let me find it. When you, okay, let me find it.
And these are specific to finance. I know there's an agenda items for all department budget forms. I think that's agenda numbers, item number 7.
Oh, okay, I'll hold my thing until then.
Is that what it is, Terry? One of the monthly budget
Yes.
variances? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. All right, next up, we have under discussion of possible motion RCTC. Update on the 85.20/5311 reserve funds as pertaining to Russell County Transit Commission. let's take that.
Oh. Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Thank you. As you recall from our meeting with you last month, RCTC was going to make contact with our section chief for Wisconsin Department of Transportation in Madison for some clarification. And I believe, you got a copy of the letter, did you not?
Yeah.
Email?
Or email from Ian Ritz.
Had her print them off just in case you guys wanted them.
Yeah. So
I would take it.
the purpose of the clarification was to determine whether Rusk County has a liability for any shortfalls in revenues versus expenses, or if in the event the Transit Commission were to dissolve and there were insufficient assets to cover its expenses, would Rusk County be liable for those expenses? And so Mr. Ritz provided us with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation's interpretation. And there's highlighted, if you noticed, I think, which is the most significant finding or providing information. Rusk County Transit Commission is recognized by Wisconsin Department as a distinct municipal entity formed under Chapter 66, which is the Wisconsin statute in reference to creation of commissions. And it's a quasi-governmental body that's not an independent body in terms of a 501c3, but it is considered a governmental body, but a separate legal entity. So under the state statutes, with the purpose of providing transit services as such, Rusk County Transit Commission is considered the sub-recipient. So the 8520, Chapter 8520 and Section 5311 funds are federal funds that flow to the state and from the state to the county. So we're considered a sub-recipient of the federal funds from the state, and therefore responsible for legal, financial, and other regulatory compliance associated with these programs. Then he states that Rusk County Transit was formed in 2014 and is responsible for any liability since its creation. Then the other reference is to the withholding of the 10% portion of the revenues. They discontinued doing that. And then the third item is that in reviewing some of the contracts between the Department of Transportation and that in some years they sent the contract and expected it to be signed by the county chair, and in other times it was signed by the transit chair. They are in the process of amending all of those contracts so that all of those contracts going back, the portions of the money that the county now holds that were the holdback funds, so that those contracts will be amended to be between the Wisconsin DOT and the Transit Commission in order to correct those, they've, I think, called administrative errors. So it is our position that the state would not hold the county liable or responsible for any expenses not covered by the Transit Commission's revenues, and therefore there would be no reason for the county to continue to hold the funds. That make any sense?
It does to me, and I get your point. I guess I'll just lay it out there. My issue from the county standpoint is until they amend them, it's still in writing what they've done up to this point. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to, I'm
I
fine
think
with
you're right.
getting it off and to you. But I think, my thought is, and I believe it's Rich's stance yet, is we kind of need to get that done before we can do that.
And I think you're right, because only from the standpoint that sometimes it takes them forever to do stuff.
Because you know how this works too, Mr. William. You get an email from
They
an
do.
individual and it's not necessarily with his opinion, which I'm not saying he's wrong at all. And I'm not questioning what he says, but then all of a sudden you're like, you go back a part of the 15 and somebody has a different opinion.
Well, and he could get run over by a bus, not one of our buses. But he could.
Heaven forbid, no.
Dangerous words
All
on.
of a sudden, his opinion gets changed. So I think we should be putting the pressure on,
Yes, there's,
on the department to
I
get that,
emailed yesterday, they're in process.
the contracts amended but other than that, you would think that that
We should really.
ultimately that funds could be transferred.
Well, we'd have to consult with legal again, but I guess I don't see, at this point, I know where their stance is at. You know, or, it's kind of hard to, I have done it before when it gets legal, but I don't like to do it because then it's on you, you know, that goes.
I think Rich missed a little bit of the point that this individual has the authority to create policy within his department. So this letter becomes a very important or this email becomes a very important document for us. We'll put this in safekeeping because this gives us the right to countersue them or do anything that we need to do legally to get rid of the idea that they have the right to come after us, come after the county. So I disagree. I think that this is a very good legal document we can use to foresaw any kind of attachment that the state would try to do to the county.
But you should be aware that Wisconsin DOT is months behind in everything, and they are literally in confusion down there. They've got new people. They are months behind, so this is gonna take quite some time. Changed and to reimburse townships and other things for what they owe and everything, DOT is months behind. So
Well,
don't,
we'll put in a good word for the town of Flambeau, Terry, when we talk to them again.
yeah, they are months behind in everything. And a lot of new people and they basically kind of don't know what they're doing down there.
It is very confusing as well because the people that Russ County Transit deals with is a separate portion of the Department of Transportation that has to do with mass transit and federal funds. The other thing, I think the confusion really revolved around the existence of the 8521 program,
Right.
which is a federal grant to this, or the state grant to the county, not to Russ County Transit, and the county contracts with us to provide that.
But it sounds like we're pretty confident that the funds between the 8520 and the 8521 are not commingled.
Okay.
We are specifically talking 8520. Does holding, so because we understand that WISDOT may take some time, does not releasing the funds until after the documents are corrected put you guys at a disadvantage?
No, I don't think so, but I mean, just as long as we understand the sense of the document, and then we will endeavor to get them to come through with the amended contracts. And again, I'm assuming that the finance people at the DOT are behind. I don't know how far behind their legal team is, but this would have, those contract amendments will have to come from the legal team, so.
And I would think too, and correct me, what your thought is, Dave, if we could get this amended, and then if it went, I don't know if they can back or whatever, but if they could somehow in the wording clean this up, so then there's no responsibility on the county to ever have to worry about the audit side of it. See where I'm going with that? It's because, you know, they're, what are they, 4 or 5 years behind, or no, it's longer,
Yeah.
on the audit process?
Well, this is
Some of the concern
this
too.
is what this addresses.
When that audit comes through,
These are all audited.
It goes to
we have to pay that out of the funds that the county transfers to us. Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
And I think if the county could get that where there was assurance, you know what I'm saying, assurance that we don't, it's off the plate, it's yours. I don't think that's the issue. I think we just gotta get to that point.
But I think you are right that if the audit comes through on one of the contracts that was signed by the county, and you get that
Still have
problem, you
liability.
get, the amendments need to be cleared, so.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
clerical side needs to be taken care of.
I mean, that could turn into a money mess for each supposed to spend $20,000 to argue over who owes for an audit. And if for some, heaven forbid, bad reason that
But
RCT.
they have really
doesn't have money, then
simplified that process too by considering all of those funds as a single fund and not, 2018, 2019, 2020, in separate little pots. They're all in one pot. So any audit paybacks should come out of the whole fund, not just the year that, the 10% from that year. So
I'll refresh my memory, the 8521 funds. It's just a fund that we're able to get,
it's a,
counties be able to get on behalf of RCTC. That is used.
It is not on behalf of us. We are contractors for you. It's all yours. All we have to do is all you have to do is make sure we do our job right.
Yeah, so from what.
Or you have a right to come after us. Legal right to come after us because it's under a contract.
There's a resolution between, which I think needs to be cleared up too, there's a resolution for the 8521 program.
I did see it, but I don't remember.
Okay, so it's right here. It's real small print. And it explains what our responsibility is and what your responsibility is, in there, but it's written for the, Transportation Authority, which I think should be updated to say, Russ County Transit.
what happened was that 8520 and 8521 sound like they are one after the other. But 8521 was a longstanding program that goes way back. And it came to the county. Many counties gave that money to their aging divisions back in the day. And it's specifically transportation for seniors and people with disabilities. And that's how we use it for that purpose. Or our
Volunteer
driver program. So that it provides services to people that need, people in wheelchairs that need to go to Eau Claire for appointments and so forth. That's a very efficient program because it's volunteer, so.
But all of that goes to, that 8521 that we receive, all of that goes to RCTC now, right?
The
So
county
Yes.
gives it to us along with a match.
Technically, we, under contract, are responsible for any failure of that operation that causes an audit issue. We as a contractor would be responsible for it. You have no liability. We don't have any funds. You could have some liability.
So what you're saying is that 8520 and 5311, we're a sub-recipient to the state. For 8521, we're a sub-recipient to the county. That's the difference.
Only a county or a municipal body can apply for the 8521 grant. So we do that for you on the TMS platform through WISDOC. The money comes to you, you transfer to us. The 20% local match, you also give us, and that is transferred to us. And then we run the program for you.
That's it.
I think
We'll get back to you as soon as we get those contracts amended.
I think that's the best. I mean, maybe someone has a different opinion and I'm not attorney for the county, but looks that's where we're stuck at.
Very good.
I can imagine council releasing those funds until after the legal entity is updated on the contracts.
And Missy, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where he still stands.
Do we have anything further on the invoices?
That is the next item up. So we have no further action on item A. We'll move on to item B, accounting invoices for services provided to Russ County Transit Commission. You want to add to that from what you received so far?
Chris, do you have kind of a better bird's eye of what you or Tanya had provided to incur the cost?
Sure, we drafted the resolutions for the funds back in, I think that was March. And then Tanya, I'm not sure specifically what she did, but it was items that Jamie used to work on. So we did reach out to Jamie. We shared the information, and it was of her opinion that that this time should have been built to RCTC. I don't have too much background information other than what Jamie provided.
What's the dollar amount on this one again?
I have them here if you want to look at them.
I think I had it last time, but
It's the first and the second is what we're looking at.
So did I understand their opinion that the invoices are legitimate and correct?
Yes, if I remember what I read, I don't have it in front of me, but I received some.
I would ask him what kind of contractual relationship documentation you have that creates that.
Oh.
And I'd like to see it.
If that's a question for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was for you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Baker Tilly has a contract with Russ County to provide interim finance services due to the vacant finance director position. So Baker Tilly, me, and my partner Noemi Barter have provided finance director services since the vacancy.
We understand that. Okay. I'd just like to get to the answer to my question. Do you have documentation of that contractual responsibility between the county and RCTC?
Do I have it? No, I
You have
I
it
do not.
to make that decision. Wouldn't you need something like that?
Well, since I'm providing interim finance department services, and we talked to Jamie, who was doing the same type of services, that is why I believe these hours were billed. And basically Jamie said that that's what she was doing, and she thought that it should be billed when we reached out to her. I am not familiar with the history of what specifically has been billed, so I would defer to, well, I deferred to Jamie when we talked to her.
Mr. Boss, are you questioning a contract between the county and RCTC?
That is correct.
Services?
That is correct.
Between the
Service.
Tilly and the county?
No, it's between Russ County and RCTC.
Okay.
In order for him to make the decision, he has to have some legal document telling him that this is the arrangement, how we are going to
This
be
is what we
paid,
agreed to pay.
what we agreed to pay for. We didn't agree to pay for any overtime. We didn't pay for Baker Tilly's fees. We didn't agree to that. We agreed for, it's a verbal agreement to have the services in an interim basis for continuation of our accounting system to the new employee. That's what we agreed to in conversation. That's it.
So there was an agreement, okay,
It's legal, it was a verbal agreement between the two entities.
After our
individuals.
finance director left, you made this agreement. No,
No, it was
back from the beginning. This is,
Back to the previous finance
finance
director,
director.
when RCTC discontinued having a full-time finance person on our staff, reached an agreement with the county where the finance department and the finance director would provide an employee that worked part of the time with RCTC. I don't know, remember how many hours?
One
but-
day a week.
Yeah, one day a week she was at RCTC, and then
Right.
the rest of the time she was working with the county and Health and Human Services Department or whatever. And then we would pay us a fee for that service, not billed by the hour, as I recall, but mainly just a yearly fee for that
it's
service.
kind of like a percentage type thing.
And so she was guiding that person and was very helpful in getting, our books up to snuff and consistent with requirements. And I believe that arrangement continued when that finance director left and Jamie became the finance director for a significant period of time. But I don't recall that earlier on that we were receiving specific billings for, saying this many hours of so-and-so's time. It was just an agreement that there would be a yearly.
So are on these specific invoices, are we questioning the line items regarding both Jamie Wilkes and Baker Tilly, or only the Baker?
Wherever they are, or no,
I'm questioning the overtime on the Q2 and the 5 hours of Baker Tilly. And then on the first quarter, Jamie was still there, so I could see where hours could be charged to her. And then also for Tanya. But again, Baker Tilly, again, we should not be paying that.
And then my follow-up there is when we do have a finance director again, and we're no longer using Baker Tilly services, would you guys expect to see that person come up on the invoices, or
those services are not necessary anymore.
no longer necessary?
Our new employee has stepped up and has taken over the job. We need it very well. We're happy with it, and we don't need the advice and counsel. There's a, we were starting to change some of our operation, and our employee who left was doing a very good job of that part for us. So we wanted to make sure that our new employee kept up that way. So that's why we entered into that relationship for that purpose.
I also believe that the billing, at least for the one fee, the billing was actually for Baker Tilly to prepare the resolutions that came before the county for budget amendments. Is that correct? I mean,
I'm not sure.
In other words,
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
and
So Chris, that would be direct
I
work.
can't believe that the county isn't capable of writing its own solutions. That there was no rocket science in those resolutions, but I don't know that it was even necessary for there to be resolutions in order for those charges.
Vehicle transfers and stuff, you're referring to that when we move
Because
that
there was-
money around for selling of vehicles and
2015 through the 2018.
It appeared that we were over budget, which was not.
8520 audits and a check needed to be cut, and the funds were already sitting with the county. A check just needed to be cut. I supplied all the invoices, all the backup and everything. Just a check needed to be cut from the county to send it in. And the way I'm understanding, there was resolutions and
Somehow the board had to approve it, yeah.
yeah, and then we were charged for 4.75 hours for Baker Tilly's time, I believe, on the resolutions. And then also, a check needed to be, or ACH needed to be, done for, the transfer of money from the 8521 fund to RCTC. That's all I have down here of the work that we did for the first quarter.
That's the classic example of why this is here. Because trying to get the funds out of the county, if it's going to be going that way for some time, it's gonna be an expensive process for both of us. That's, all it was is funds that are already, our funds already existing. Trying to get a transfer of.
We know how this was done before,
It was not done
Never
before.
done before.
Never done before.
never done before. No, but I mean, when funds were transferred. I mean, when funds were transferred before this instance here, that
I don't know why there was a resolution.
That was
prepared.
under the advice of Corp Council. Memorialize why the money was coming out.
Okay, I agree with that. I have no problem with that.
It was just an explanation.
It's documentation that you transferred funds from your account to our account.
To cover the
So
audit.
we established a memorial fund?
No, to memorialize why the money went
Okay, I
out.
just thought maybe,
Yeah.
you know, anybody want to,
and that's the way I took it too when we did it, but I guess I didn't know until now that all entailed.
So like, would a compromise be charging at Tanya's rate, or are you saying you don't feel you should pay at all for that service?
For Baker Tilly, not a penny. For Tanya services, we'll pay for our Tanya services, but not Baker Tilly.
No, and I get that, but I'm saying, so are you saying you never should have had to pay for a resolution to be created? Or are you
Right.
saying you don't like the rate at which you
No.
were charged?
No.
Which one?
We don't think the resolution be or have included anything to do with Baker Tilly.
Could I see those documents one more time?
Yeah, the problem,
These are mine, but-
Our return copy, yeah, sorry.
and you guys know where we're at, so we don't have a finance director, so we went from whatever.
You took ours.
rate To 275, so some of that's getting absolved in a lot of our departments right now. And it's just, it's not pretty, but,
I can understand that if a certain level of expertise was required to write those resolutions, that you might have had to use somebody other than our own staff. But our own staff writes resolutions all the time, and Rich could have written that resolution just as easily. There was no particular expertise needed to write those resolutions, and certainly it didn't take 4.5 hours to write those resolutions.
So in the interest of, because we have a lot of budget stuff left to talk about, can we maybe negotiate the invoice? Would it be amenable to that? Like, maybe.
well, I was already thinking of that, but then where does it go? We're gonna have to move this somewhere else, just leave it in the finance department? I mean, no offense, guys, I'm just airing it out, but I mean, we take it off of here and we know it's not coming from RCTC.
It's coming from our general fund.
It's coming from our general fund and it's gonna be what it is. As long as everybody's clear on that when we do
The
it.
other thing though is what if other departments had some of their services charged up and Baker Tilly says, well, I wanted the in-house rate, not the Baker Tilly rate.
We don't allocate like that to
It's
our
only,
departments, but
it's only through the finance department, okay. Or how do you,
so like if I need Chris's help with something, he doesn't charge the admin budget for that.
okay,
Like if
So
people
that just
in
goes-
HR, we don't charge out the departments like that.
that just goes back to whatever fee was for the resolution that we did.
Yeah, so like they're, I guess, saying that they don't agree with that charge, so would you be willing to remove that? Would you be willing to lower the rate, whatever, just to?
It won't open up a can of worms that way.
So I guess to finish her comment earlier, would RCTC, before we even entertain it, would they be good with the old finance director's rate?
I think that would be reasonable.
What was that, 62?
Huh?
On
It
those,
was like I think it was like 92 and change.
6424.
One,
Oh, no.
one it's at 6216, and
6216 is.
that was Jamie's rate.
I was trying to get it up and I slid there right past you. You were, that's all right. I was messing with you. Sorry, Mr. Willigan.
Yeah, I think that
That would make sense to me.
It'd be nice to resolve it and actually have these guys leave the room without being mad at us for once.
There shouldn't really be any overtime. I'm not understanding the overtime charge.
Okay, yeah, well, I would,
For the second quarter invoice, 2 hours of overtime.
I can understand that over time.
You know, I can't.
She could
It was-
working for a regular day hour, stay a couple hours to do something that involves our operation. That doesn't bother me, the OT.
But that was overtime for Tanya's.
Right,
Right. And
Right.
yeah, she's
right.
very
Yeah,
busy.
So she
Right.
was
That is
our,
in her section.
that's probably, in all honesty, guys, that's probably where this went. I mean, okay, so finance director left, looking back at it, and they're like, okay, I can't do this. I don't know, I'm speaking for them, and they probably like, and somebody probably said, well, let's let Baker Tilly do it, and they're like, thank you. It was probably that type of situation in all honesty, but I don't know what the.
So since this is kind of a unique situation, I just did the math briefly on the 9.75 hours that Baker Tilly charged to RCTC. I substituted that with the 6216. It would result in a discount between the two of these of $2,075.19. So if the county would like to do something like give a discount on this invoice of $2,075.19, that would maybe give some relief to RCTC, and then also still document the extra hours that Baker Tilly.
are you okay if we pay it with bus tokens?
If they go in my pocket. But that's really what we're looking at. We're looking at about $2,000 of discount.
So do you want to just, okay, so do we want to just make the motion though to let them rebill them at these hours at that rate and let them do the math, or do you want to do the math?
Okay, and then you got.
If you're okay putting that 6216 in for Baker Tilly time, then I can let Tanya know and she can redo the invoice for you guys.
So a resolution looks like, make a motion to re-invoice RCTC hours previously billed at the Baker Tilly rate to the rate of $62.16.
I have a motion on the floor to adjust the invoicing for finance time, RCTC. Do I have a second? Second for Mr. Undershoot. All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you, gentlemen. Lady,
Way better than just giving out.
leave the donuts.
I can't get out of my hair.
Leave the donuts. That was part of the deal. I just didn't have it in the fine print.
Thank you for your time. I know it's gonna be a wild day today.
Thank you for your
Is
guys.
this a budget hearing?
Oh, it's gonna get there eventually.
You don't want to stick for all the fun?
No, thank you.
It's an end.
I've been there.
Mr. Boss, this is one of those where we get overtime too, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure we do.
Start at 9, get done at 5.
Have a good day.
All right, you too. All right, next up, number 6, tax deed sale.
All right, so there's two packets in there. The first packet is the 9 properties that we took yesterday. The other packet of 3 are properties that were taken last year but did not sell because of the Act 216 and trying to figure that out. So in all, we have 12 properties to sell. Except the minimum bid. I wasn't sure how this was done, so I just put this together for you.
Thank you for the pictures. We need pictures.
Yeah, they're
I should say.
nice pictures. You can tell it which ones are just vacant land and some couple that have some building on it and one that's the junkie, that one's in town. So I'm not quite sure. Do we just go property by property or?
Well, we haven't had to do any for a while. I guess, yeah, that'd probably be the simplest unless someone wants to be different.
So the first one is in the town of Strickland. And the sheet I actually got from another county treasurer, and so some line items don't really apply to us, but I didn't want to like delete lines. When I did it, like it was messing with the sheet, so I just did NA or there's zero. So that first one, as of right now, they owe the 23,1869 for back taxes, penalties, interest. The next section is what I'm estimating some of the costs that we are not billed for yet or have not incurred. So this is my best guess on expenses.
If you don't mind, refresh our memories and how this works, that the county does. See, in the past, we used to be able to keep the excess if we sold it over.
And we can't keep anything.
Right.
Just
We keep nothing.
our expenses.
Just to- we can re-
Taxes plus expenses incurred, right?
Right, the expenses that occurred. That's all that we can recoup our expenses.
Holders, right? First, the excess money goes back to the lien holders first and
If
then.
there is any. Yep, and then a few of these properties I have deceased owners, so then it goes to their heirs. So we do the best that we can
But
to,
if there is no heirs, then didn't they make a change here, I thought in the last year, where then the county can? if
I
no
think
one-
through like through the unclaimed funds process, I believe, is how that would end up happening.
There was something in the, it might have been before you got elected, there were some changes going through the state and.
Yeah, they probably did some updates, but eventually, if nobody claims the funds through either lien holders, landowners, heirs, eventually it would go in the unclaimed funds. Eventually, after time, it's
It's like
eventually
that.
be ten.
So technically, if we want to, we can set the minimum bid on back taxes and interest. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Plus our expenses, we don't.
With our expenses,
Yeah,
whatever.
It's like there's no incentive to,
No, to sell it for $30,000. So we try to stay somewhat reasonable.
another revenue stream the state has taken away from.
They did,
Well, maybe.
they did, honestly.
So,
Maybe add 1,000 or two to get to safe though too, depending on it. It's
Well, there's probably additional auction or other sale expenses, right?
there'll be commission from the auction. So what I did in the third section, I listed the estimated fair market value. And then there is a line item that says what I'm suggesting, and basically when I put those numbers in there, it's the total cost with a buffer. So then whatever you guys decide to do after that is what you decide to do.
It looks like you didn't get too fancy and do a percentage buffer. You just added a round dollar value. That's okay with me.
Yep, and I didn't include it on your sheet, but because it was an afterthought after I got home last night, but I looked at the assessed value on each one of those, and of course, that's less than the fair market value anyways. But you have those if you want to know.
There's 25 acres on this piece.
Yeah, I know. I've got a little star next to it now.
Oh, by the way, you're on finance, you can't bid on any of this land.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
No, I'm kidding you. It's a public auction. I don't know why you couldn't. I guess I shouldn't say that.
Well, because everybody has the same bidding rates on it. I don't think.
Yeah.
It would be.
I don't think we're precluded from doing business
No.
in this case, but there are more, just looking at some of these last names, there are still folks in the area and for instance, in Warehouser or Ladysmith that may be heirs, right?
So
Like lower wet ground too, but the overhead maybe.
Swamp.
in the first one,
Yeah, that's the one.
Peter Swamp Road.
So you're thinking, let's get through this one. So, you're thinking 5,000?
that was my suggestion.
Well, if it brings more, it brings more.
Yeah, it's not gonna
That's
hurt.
just to get it off our books. So I guess I'm not opposed to that number. You guys want to go through these one by one and then just make one type of motion to do them all?
Yeah, the only one I'm curious about is column F, where we have, sounds like maybe the Village of Warehouser, some extra liabilities there for that.
So they, on that particular one, there was specials. And the village is interested in that property anyway, so I have a feeling they might buy that back themselves through the auction process because they have to.
I mean, one of the things that not being able to collect anything more than our actual expenses here, value and expenses, is that it makes this a lot easier. It makes this a lot easier to say, yep, the value is enough to cover, the minimum bid is enough to cover our expenses. Let's just keep moving. How I feel about this one.
The other property in column G. That is just down the road. That did have a family in it. We believe they're out now. In that particular situation, Gregory inherited that house from his father. And supposedly there was a land contract for the occupants that were supposed to be buying it. We couldn't find anything recorded. And they defaulted on it anyway, so Gregory doesn't want anything to do with this property anymore, just like it sold, but Belle was already on the phone this morning and getting things put in our name. And she had found out, I believe it was like 9/11, that the occupants gave their last day of being in the home, so the assumption is they are out. Well, potentially that was the only one that we would have had to evict, but it sounds like we don't need to do that because they're gone already.
Evictions are never easy. Never.
And column J and K, those two properties butt up against each other. And was a third property that was on this list, but they cleaned up the one parcel and left these two, so.
Yeah, those pictures tell a story, that's for sure.
Very good tool. It's from Beacon.
What does the motion look like? Make a motion to proceed with the sale of property for back taxes and expenses as presented by the treasurer.
Let's go back to F again. You mentioned that.
The Warehouser with specials.
Yeah, so you're recommending a $40,000 minimum bid on that one?
Well, because when the property is sold, special has to be paid.
But the fair market value or estimated is 5,000.
Right, because there's nothing on it, but because of that special, there's that $36,000 expense on there that has to be paid.
Are we even gonna get that though? I mean, I just feel like
Well, I think we should put it out there
to see.
because the end game, I believe we're responsible to try and cover any cost. Doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter the value if we're trying to sell. Pay any expenses pertaining to that property. Had that special not been on there, then yeah, that would.
Maybe they just let the municipality take it on back tax. There's that not an option.
It's not their responsibility, of course.
So what does this municipal special consist of? Just a
I think they.
grant or?
They have a
Where, like their sidewalk.
sewer,
water.
sidewalk.
So I guess who
Sewer, water,
gets,
curb and gutter, all that.
Right. Right.
so who gets first? Situation like that. So let's say it brings 10,000. We get the 600, whatever, or 1,600 and some dollars in taxes and all that stuff first, and then the rest goes to them for,
Well, Well, you want to set your minimum bid at 40 or at the most 39,232. Like you wouldn't want to put your minimum bid to be 10,000.
No, I'm just saying, but let's just say we come back to round 3 of this one and finally we're like, okay, it's just gotta go. Which that's happened before. So I guess where my question is who gets what when?
I don't know for sure. That'd probably be a rich question and I can't.
I think you have to settle and make good with the municipality first. I think, but yeah, that would be a rich
That's
question.
definitely a rich question.
Mhm.
This one kind of sucks because when the city runs all that stuff up against it and get a piece of property they can't move, we're gonna end up.
Bag.
Well, does it incur interest if we don't pay so let's say it doesn't sell for a year, is that special assessment incur interest?
Says interest with it.
So
Mhm.
the longer we don't sell it, the more. Cause if I don't pay my special assessments, they're gonna start charging me. There's extra interest on it.
Is it appropriate for somebody to make contact with the village of Barnstable to?
They've called numerous times, so I know they're interested in it. I believe they want it back.
Okay.
'Cause we've gotten at least like 6 phone calls regarding this property. from-
So in a sense, if they buy it back, the money goes back in their pocket anyhow.
Be able to watch their.
That might
That would be an incentive to them if they're interested, yes, I would think.
and that might be the, the best path forward on that particular property.
They'll leave her at 40. Good. Make sure you tell them when it goes on auction.
Yes, we have to disclose that there's a special on.
And I think I was wrong, actually. I think the county would make good first and then the municipality would eat any. I was wrong, pretty sure. So if you set the minimum bid below the 40, we would retain our costs first.
So we won't have to pay them. But so then a special assessment would go with the property.
Like the municipality would eat that shortfall. Yeah.
Make a motion to proceed with the tax deed sale as with minimum bids as presented by the treasurer.
If you would like,
Make such a motion.
have a motion,
Second such a motion.
have a motion for Mr. Vincent to proceed with the tax sale as presented by Ms. Katie, and second from Mr. Undershoots. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. All same side. Read. Next up, monthly budget forms.
Entirely sure. There's 2 budget form items. I'm not, which ones did you talk about here?
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Completed August.
See down below, I have countywide budget report forms. Yeah, why do I have that on there twice? Does anyone know what I was thinking? Why not? Well, I guess pick one. We'll do the other one later.
Okay, so we can go through what we haven't hit yet. And I think that's the econ dev ones that you guys oversee. So there's that Bruce RLF. We don't have any expenditures there, only revenues for the year. There's the Weyerhaeuser satellite building. And that, if you guys will recall, we have a mortgage on that with Active Dogs. So the expenditures are insurance, I believe, and we've got just the revenues coming in. The Minor Avenue building, the Gateway one, that's part of the county-owned property, profit and loss. We've got expenditures and revenues on that. To date, lease payments. For For the rail industrial park, again, we had that unexpected lightning strike, so the scale had to be repaired. But plenty of revenue. They have one more payment to make yet in 2025. They pay quarterly, and that will be up for renewal at the property committee at some point here, for their lease, that's the yearly lease. And then just an update on the mining fund. There's not a ton of activity in this fund really until the end of the year. When all of those entries are made, the expenditures so far are polls that have come from county board action. And I think Chris hit his, Missy and Connie hit theirs, so that's probably, there's a specific one related to finance you guys want to talk about now.
Everything else was in that Z drive file.
Yeah, for the rest of the county ones, those are in the Z drive, yeah.
Okay. We can address all them later, probably simplest.
Well, I had the question on finance insurance for Baker Tilly for Chris, but you going to address that here or later?
We're going through that one. Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, I guess I'm just wondering, budget number, well, it's 100-19 and doesn't give any more. It's finance insurance. When you've got budgeted expenditures for the year 153, year-to-date expenditures 354, yet you're going to end up with projected expenditures at the end of the year 153. Is there going to be a decrease or something going against those expenditures? Because, and if there is, I would think there should be an explanation about that, because you've already spent 354 for the year. So I guess I'm questioning why the projected expenditures $200,000 less when it's already been expensed.
Sure. I think that relates to workers' comp that gets billed to the departments. So year to date, there's a budget of $26,000. And excuse me, the budget is 26,000. Year to date expense is $226,225. But we are gonna bill out the workers' comp, I believe, to the departments, and that's why that's why there's no issue flagged there.
Maybe there should be a comment under there saying that, you know, these expenses will be allocated out to the departments at year end or something, because it looks funny when your budgeted is 153, yet you've already spent 354 and you're ending up with 153. Just somebody
Sure.
taking a look at that. I think there probably should be another explanation. Check if no concerns, fine, but I think there should be a thing saying this will be allocated out for workman's comp or whatever at year end, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think we had that last month, and for some reason we took that off. So I'll make sure that it gets added back to the next month report if it hasn't been filled out yet. Are there any follow-up
That-
questions on that, or are we?
Yeah, not on that one, Chris, but then the next one, 100-20 that we've got in our packet anyhow, it's the next one.
Yep.
So in that one, we had budgeted 406, and that was the 70 you were referring to roughly earlier.
Yes,
of
sir.
Being over on the finance budget. Okay.
Yes.
Yep, just wanted to clarify that one.
Yes, sir.
think next month I need to on the agenda word this differently. How should we? Because those other forms are similar that we're gonna talk about, or do we just? We'll have to think about that.
Or monthly budget forms under the purview of the finance committee.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm
You could just say finance committee monthly budget form and then
good, yeah,
the rest of them.
finance budget forms and then county budget forms. Would that make it simpler?
So
I mean, or department-wide budget form, something like that, whatever. As long as we can differentiate between the two. A lot of these. Okay. Anybody have any more questions on these? Okay. I think in the past, we've done a motion on these, did we not? To pass them? Did we last month or did we just discuss them?
Yeah, typically at the committee level, they do motion to, acknowledge receipt and forward to finance. You are finance, but
Yeah.
So being there on form, should we pass them?
probably.
On these. Okay, I'd be looking for a motion then to,
That's the finance.
well, to just pass them at our committee, I guess.
I'll make the motion, finance accept the monthly budget report.
Thank you, Mr. Wedwick. That was worded correctly that I was looking for. We have a motion, Mr. Wedwick, to accept budget forms as presented. Have a second?
Second that.
Second for Mr. Vincent. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, next up. Resolution for ambulance services wage adjustment for 2026.
So I think this might have been a miscommunication. I don't think personnel forwarded this resolution forward. I think the motion that they made was to recommend to the finance committee that they try to find an up to 3% COLA for the ambulance staff that would mirror whatever COLA would be given to the general staff.
We should be consistent because until we pass something for the general staff, we probably don't know. Pass on both of them.
I was just.
It's not signed.
I think it was just put
I don't
on.
remember this one.
Yeah, what,
No, it was, the motion was to recommend up to a 3% COLA in line with whatever
We did that for the general.
whatever.
I don't remember what we did for this one.
It was the same thing.
Okay.
You guys did the same thing.
It comes from the same plus of money.
Somebody was going to make a motion to recommend a 3%, but then I think somebody else made a motion to just mirror whatever the general staff. So that way it would be the same. So whatever you guys choose to do with the general staff, we could do that
I like that.
with emergency services.
Yeah, because this resolution here specifically states a 3% increase. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. Yep, here it is. The minutes are attached to it. If I read a little further. Motion by Halbert, second by Kudo to recommend a finance permit 2026 cost of living adjustment up to, as per Ms. Heath, 3% for the ambulance service wage adjustment. Motion carries. Okay.
So what would a wording, is that the wording is that we would adopt? That the good wording?
Well, it was, the motion from personnel was
We don't have any.
up to 3%.
The fun part is it's up to you to decide what the staff get. what-
Recommended to finance. So if you put this in a resolution, it's gonna go on the board, then it's gonna be in stone. That wasn't done with the employees at this time. It was just recommended to look at it from a budgetary standpoint. And then correct me if I'm wrong, once it's built into the budget and the budget passes, it's done deal.
So then what, if we decide today, if we leave this meeting and you guys are like, this is the budget we're forwarding, I will then create 2 resolutions that have whatever 1.523% to forward to the board along with the, or before, ideally, before the budget hearing. Yep, and the board can still choose to pull that out at the budget hearing on the floor. It's the board's budget to amend as they see fit. But how this should work is that once you guys settle on what your recommendation is, a resolution should move forward outlining exactly what that COLA will be, if there will be one.
We don't have to take any action on this specific
No.
item now.
No.
Well, we need to be aware of it as we do the budget, right?
Yes, that there will
We'll just
be
have to
no
add that.
impact.
Ambulance wages budget, whatever it is.
Yeah, we just need to be, that was the recommendation, or the motion from personnel as a recommendation, more or less. Up to 3. Oh, okay. Good with that? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. Approve creation of economic development and tourism specialist.
Yeah. So I included a resolution in your guys' packets, to go to the full board if you guys approve this. So just a little bit of backstory on this. So this started at the Joint Tourism Committee. So the Joint Tourism Committee was the one that identified that there was a need for an economic development and tourism specialist. So what we did to start off is we looked at other counties. I looked at other counties and what they're using for an economic development and tourism specialist. Also looked at cities. It was majority, a lot of the cities that were responding that have this position. So looked at all of that, put together a job description, put it to the Joint Tourism Committee who reviewed and approved it. It went to personnel. They made some minor changes. One of the bigger changes was probably changing the term from a director to a specialist. So it is titled the Economic Development and Tourism Specialist, and then sent that off to Cottingham and Butler to get placed on the wage scale. So Cottingham and Butler looked at that, placed it on the wage scale, gave it an assigned grade of 14 on our Rusk County wage scale. And so now it comes to you guys with that grade. With the benefits, it would be $92,389.40. It is my understanding that the Joint Tourism Committee incorporated that funding for wages and benefits into the proposed 2026 economic development budget. So it would be up to you guys to review that and approve the fiscal impact.
Just to clarify though, being that this comes out of county funds, the joint tourism isn't the oversight for this person, right?
Correct. So that was discussed at personnel. So you'll see on the job description, it would report to the administrative coordinator. And then through that to finance, administrative coordinator to finance, because finance oversees the economic development budget.
The finance would be the oversight committee then for this.
Ultimately, but this position would report directly to the administrative coordinator.
Day to day. 92,000, that included benefits, right?
Correct. And that's at a step 1. That's usually what we put in these because
With a family.
step 1 was a family plan. Mhm.
In the decision, or in the position description, I see wording that says director a lot. Is that a specialist still?
Oh, did I miss one of them too?
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that would stop me from, or should stop us from moving forward this, should we choose to, but
Yeah, I probably only changed the title, so I can go through and change director to specialist.
Yeah.
And that would go with
That's
the
an alt,
packet at the county board,
an alt F and a replace.
right? Yep, exactly.
We do have quite an extensive list of duties here too. We feel like this is a lot? Big deal.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, you can too, but I believe we didn't quite know where to start with this since we've obviously never had this kind of position. So we did look at, those other job descriptions, and I kind of took all the job descriptions I got and looked at the common themes and the main points, and I didn't really know either what exactly. So if you guys want to remove things, you could, but this is essentially coming out of other counties and cities they have for those duties.
It's better to have too much in the job description so somebody doesn't say, well, that wasn't in my job description.
No, I was just thinking, yeah, job descriptions are always tricky, right? In the performance review time. So what I'm worried about is if we have somebody who's doing their best and missing a couple of bullet points, and getting hammered on it. But not sure that's going to be a problem.
Well, is there anything you want to change in there other than that?
No, I think
Verbiage where it says still refers to director and some of it. Specialist.
With that clerical change, I think I would make a motion to approve the creation of the economic development tourism specialist as written, with the exception of the clerical change of the use of director in the introductory paragraph versus specialist.
Second.
The motion, Mr. Vincent, to approve the creation of the economic development as presented with the noted changes. Second from Mr. Undershoot. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, sign. Hearing none, next. I got one. Was it okay that we signed that one? Oh, okay.
Sign that one.
Oh,
I'm right here on the side of the room. I'll make
he
it.
was thrilled.
Well, how do we know this one's the same?
Like, let's go.
I was the one that sent it.
We should be really proud of ourselves for this one. That's a new era.
I hope it
Thank
works.
you.
I'm very positive. I'm very.
Yeah. It's one of the few, I like leaning forward. Leaning forward is important here.
Okay, next up, number 10, resolution designation of continuing appropriation account for confiscated timber sale performance bonds. Where did Kirk get confiscated?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I thought maybe it was Exhibit A or.
Oh, I think it's just.
Oh,
Okay, so Jared is at a conference, but he did send me a paragraph he would like me to read to you guys. The purpose of carrying forward $10,000 is to cover the costs needed for Woods Road repairs on timber sales that were not completed. The issue we ran into this year was that the bond money went directly to the general fund when confiscated, so it was not available to use this summer to fix the road. This will allow us to do necessary best management practice closeout work on timber sales that are not fully finished and the bond has been confiscated. So, and Chris is on too, but I need to bring up the same point I brought up to the forestry committee, is that this is a very rare occurrence. It ended up being fine because we confiscated 2 other bonds. And I just need to remind the finance committee that every time you create a carry forward, especially for unbudgeted revenue like this, you are hampering the county's ability to balance its budget with, or close out the year with that unbudgeted revenue. So if, we brought in 50 grand in confiscated bonds, that $50,000 will help offset how much money we have to pull out of the general fund at the end of the year to make our books right. So instead, you're gonna pull that $10,000 and earmark it for something rather than allowing it to just go back into the general fund. And Chris, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else to that discussion.
I think you said it well, Ashley. It's just, if it's so infrequent, I don't know if it's necessary to have it as a continuing appropriation, because there'll be funds available to cover these types of expenses in general, but to further restrict it would just limit the flexibility of the use of these funds going forward. So I think we're saying the same thing.
so in other words, currently now, they already roll into the general fund when this happens.
Yep, at the end of the year, it's all unbudgeted revenue, so it's used to offset other departments that have overspent, or it just falls back into the general fund.
So if they have to fix a road, they have to fix a road. They can still go through the same process as anyone else does to get it out.
Get a pull from the general fund. Correct. And I did speak with Jared, he said he would be fine with that. Way is obviously easier though, because the money is just sitting right there.
The whole purpose of the bond funds though is like if somebody doesn't fulfill their contract, then we have the money to, well, one, make up some of the lost revenue, but number 2, to make sure that the work is fixed. And it might be infrequent, but it happened this year that it was confiscated in December, and then whatever day we got the bond back, December 31st, then it was gone right away. So beginning of the year, but in the beginning of the year without the money that was designated, in my opinion, for that specific road, which is why we confiscated the bond. So if we had a $10,000 carryover, yeah, one year you would put that money in that fund. And I think at forestry originally it was written 10,000 per bond, which then I could see the issue of all of a sudden we end up with $500,000 slush fund there, or money that doesn't get put back in the general fund. But I don't think it would be crazy to expect that $10,000 that was taken specifically for road work to be sitting there in a carry forward account to be used if something happens January 1st.
Right, but I guess my counter to that would be the board approved the BMPs, approved the 15-year plan. If Jared came to the board and said, hey, last year you took 50 grand on a bond, I need to pull 10,000 of that to fix this road, I can't see why the board would ever say no, because then you'd be violating your own 15-year forestry management plan. And you could prove that here's the bond we took, it rolled into the general fund. We'd like to tap into that bond that rolled back into the general fund. I think the risk is just, as Chris was saying, when you earmark money, that's, there was a great WCA breakout session on this. When you earmark money, when you assign that, you lose the flexibility. You know, and especially when we are using over $1 million or budgeted to use over $1 million of fund balance now to get our operating in shape, that's just maybe not best practice to start doing these carry forwards.
But in all honesty, don't they have other things? I mean, if they had to fix the road quickly, couldn't they? Pay for it quickly out of like parks or something somewhere, and then we just,
Timber sale expense, it could come out of there.
I mean, until we got, you know, it's not like they're broke.
But that money has specific purposes. The bond money is the money that's supposed to make up if something happens to timber sale. I mean, we're making the people pay that to specifically use it to fix the roads. And then we throw it in the general fund, and then all of a sudden we start nickel and diming something else. I don't know, I guess me, I would, $10,000 is not an excessive amount to keep in that account. If something happens,
I guess my concern is, we've had these funds before in forestry that were like, what's that for? And we've taken some of them away.
Well, there was that loan, and I
There was the loan, and I thought there was one other
that
one.
one too, but that one was
The loan made no
Back in
sense. We were
market.
just borrowing money, turning it on and paying it back at the end of the year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
earmarking it. Yeah, I agree with that concept. But these bonds are specifically meant to fix the roads. So I don't see a problem putting it in an account to whatever damages occurred.
They're gonna
Fix
fix,
often.
they're gonna fix the damage whether or not we earmark this, right?
Yeah, they have to, otherwise we're not in compliance with BMPs.
Right, but I don't think you should have to do a general fund transfer to fix the road when we're taking money specifically for that purpose.
We have to go through the resolution process, take the money then.
Yes, and let me be clear, the reason this came up is because the bond was taken at the very, very end of the year. And then, you know, on December 31st, that closed it out and the work wasn't done until the next year. So it was a very weird timing thing.
That's like 50% of the bonds are gonna fall in that time zone. There's like 2 times a year.
Like I said though, I think this is the only time Jared has run into this in his 14 years with the county, so.
Just don't want to manage another fund.
Well, this would be a forestry budget that I mean, once there's $10,000 in there. Otherwise, you're managing it through the general fund, so you're writing more resolutions if you do a transfer every time with the resolution.
I guess the other thing that concerns me is 10 years from now, and maybe none of us are here anymore, and then everybody goes, oh, what was that for? Oh, well, we'll take it, and I guess, well, who gives a crap then? We're not gonna be here anyhow, but,
I mean, confiscated timber sale performance bonds, I think that's pretty.
well, can we use it for this? We've had, let's be honest, we've had some conversations like that. What was that fund really for? No one knows, so we go dig in. Well, you weren't part of the conversation, so you can only go by the wording of what you find. Well, it doesn't say, I think we can use it for this.
Plus,
Already
the
got creative.
confiscated bond also provides a funding source to complete work in the forest that's required by the county forest comprehensive land use. I mean, for the last 1,000 years, they've been using bonds for road work. I don't think that's something
How
in
about-
10 years somebody would be confused about.
How about instead, I'm gonna throw this idea out there. Instead of just taking it, in this case, how about you write something that says you can hold it until, not like this one, you can hold it until any type of repairs that needs to be done pertaining to this bond is completed, and then the remainder goes in the general fund. How about forestry can hold it until assessed, everything's assessed and it's done, then it goes in, and then we don't have to be doing these transfers, and it's not sitting in limbo. How about we give them so long that they can hold it? And then it moves. Is that gonna create a bigger headache, Chris?
That sounds like a,
Like,
worse.
it sounds like a headache because
You're carrying forward, but the dollar.
Still an unlap.
Well, you make,
Stays what it might be.
you make a motion at your next meeting and you go, okay, the road good, okay, the fund goes in general fund, it goes, but, I mean,
Well, I
why
wouldn't
not to
mind-
transfer it back out?
I don't mind that. I just think it's,
Maybe.
that
it's
was
I
more
don't
of
know.
a headache than carrying forward the 10,000. Just my.
Yeah, that could be a little complicated when everybody's gone to see what that intent was, and then that's also finance would then have to, do something there to track that to make sure that it gets released. I mean, I think the two cleanest options are what has been discussed is leave it as is or approve this resolution. And again, I go back to it is, if you don't have to restrict funds, it's a better thing. But again, if the board is restricting it, the board can always unrestrict it at a later date. It's just, you're just putting additional hoops in the process when it comes to restricted and unrestricted funds.
You can also argue that the whole budget is restricted funds. If you say we're putting $1 million in the ambulance budget, now you've restricted the ambulance budget.
I think Terry
Yeah.
had a comment.
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
make a motion that we not accept this designation of continuing appropriation account. In other words, I make a motion that we do not set up a non-lapsing fund for this bond performance. Confiscated.
I land there. I second that motion.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a roll call on this.
so a motion from Mr. Wedwick to, deny the creation of a non-lapsing fund, and I have a second from Mr. Vincent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we've had a roll call vote requested.
Mr. Wedwig,
Yes,
Mr. Undershoot,
No,
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Vincent.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Next up. Resolution treasurer fee increase.
I don't have a typed up resolution, I just have discussion points at this point. But from the best guess I can come up with, the last time fees were discussed was prior to Verna. And possibly 2004, 2008. Who knows? Long time. So I guess this is what I'm proposing. Just one of the points that also Ashley suggested, instead of where I would say like we automatically want to increase these 1 or 2% every year. Her suggestion, instead of doing that percentage, is just put as part of the resolution that we'll review these fees
Really?
every even year in July or something like that, just so there's a timetable. So years don't go by without reviewing these.
I think that'd be, I think every other year would be fine.
So yeah, so there's some kind of schedule.
Biannually or biannually? Biannually or biennially? One means every 6 months, and one means every 2 years. I don't know if this one's the right word.
To put every other odd
biannual.
well, odd year.
years, in the odd years in
Really, isn't it?
Every even year in July.
July, so then we can incorporate it into the budget and take effect.
You looking at an automatic or to review it at that time?
We would review it and see if it would warrant an increase or not.
Cause this one says
So this last
automatic.
sentence would be
Right, that's what I'm saying.
deleted.
Okay.
This
Okay.
isn't my resolution. This was just my note for you guys.
Like it.
So fee increase that I suggested is the part of the resolution, along with adding some kind of schedule for review, not that final line.
Now, the full tax roll, that's quite extensive, is it not?
Yeah, that can be, 5,000 pages possibly.
But this is just for the digital, you're not printing it. You're gonna,
So I'm incorporating a digital price and a paper price. So, I mean, it still takes time to create that.
the current says digital, right?
Right.
So you're not doing paper right now.
It can be requested. So in my thought process, I'm covering both. Whether a person wants it digitally or if they want it by paper.
Yeah, paper would.
Whether anybody comes in and asks for a full paper, I think it's nice to have it that these are your options. Because somebody might come in and want something by paper, see the fee and like, oh, I'll do the digital and print it myself at home. But the paper, I mean, we have to cover our cost of printing it. It costs us
It's me
almost 6 cents for every page we print, so.
6 times 5,300 bucks.
And there's time incorporated into that fee and that kind of thing, but
And why would we do that versus the 25 cents per page on the next line item?
because the next line item is per municipality. So the full tax roll is all parcels in Russ County. Per municipality is just town of Grant, just town of Flambeau. That's not as big. And Rebecca does report specifically, like we'll have, she'll get a request for a listing of all landowners that surround Horseshoe Lake, for example. So she's narrowing down a report to give to those people. And so what, based on how many pages that prints, that's where kind of the 25 cents per page is used.
So now your delinquent tax list, I would assume sometimes if someone came in at the wrong time of the year, there could be a lot of pages here.
Correct. There could be.
Say that somebody came in first week of July. And a whole bunch of stuff's not posted yet. Will some of them show up that, I mean,
Yes, until we post them. If we receive a timely payment, let's say August 3rd, that's not gonna post till we get it. Or if we have taxpayers that do online payments, we don't post them to the taxes until they clear our bank. So potentially the list could be longer at certain times of the year.
I mean, do you still want to have a page option? I get what you're trying to do. I guess in worst case scenario, how many pages would the delinquent tax list be? Hard to say.
Well, when I create it for this, sometimes there's partial pages because it breaks it apart by municipality. It's just not a solid report. So a full,
Could we word that as minimum and or,
I don't know that we would want to because we can't predict.
if you put 65, I don't know how to do that.
And other counties are all over the board with what they're charging.
I'm sure they are.
They're not charging. So I really didn't have a really good gauge. I guess my suggestions are just based on this fee has been this way for 15 years and
I think it warrants an increase.
You got enough for the customized reports? Cause that sounds like,
Right, because
will customized reports take you more time?
it will. So in that is built in, that's why we suggested if Rebecca does a report and it's under 100 parcels, we're projecting that the $10 fee covers that. Because again, it's not, that customized report is like a developer who wants to know the landowners around a lake or a specific area. That's not like giving them a full municipality.
Are we saying that?
It's not that hard to go online and figure.
It's not, but there are plenty of people out there that need that assistance, or maybe they can't figure it out, or the goal here for me is let's have it documented whether we do something for somebody or not, because then it eliminates the question, what are we going to charge if the situation comes up?
I think that customized report one should honestly probably be more like $25. I have a feeling that one could get you off in the weeds. You know, that if you get into that area where that seems really reasonable for someone to cherry pick parcels. And maybe even have
So the
additional hourly, if it takes, that would be for like up to an hour or something. I don't even know. And then honestly,
are you talking the customized one, Jim?
the customize them on that one, but I guess, and then the one below it also then employee time at $25 an hour. Honestly, we have more than 25 an hour with benefits and everything else. It's probably more like, I'm gonna wing it, but you're probably more in the 30s range.
But I think, so the reasoning behind that is based on the statute.
Okay,
The $50 is part of the statute. So we can't charge anybody if our time is less than what adds up to be $50. So let's say, do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why, years ago on Rebecca's cheat sheet she had was $20, but let's say they spent 2 hours. Well, that's $40, but they couldn't ever charge anybody because it was under $50. That's in the state statute. So almost to a point, the $25 isn't in line with the hourly wage, but it's a guideline,
Set by the state.
right? The $50 is the hard line.
Does this have anything to do with open records, Ashley?
Yes, that's what she's talking about.
Why wouldn't we just make the minimum $50?
I just mimicked what was on the cheat sheet.
Okay.
So. Just updated that hourly fee to be 25 instead of 20.
and like you said, this was done a long time ago.
Hmm.
And really, it was done a long time ago, and we're only going up $5 an hour.
And the other thing too, like I've been on different boards, and when you're trying to increase the fees that haven't been raised for a very long time, to go 2 and 3 times the amount of what it was is sticker shock too. So I think the 25 right now is a good starting point, and then when we review in 2 years, we can adjust that again.
And then back to the one above that, do you think, is that reasonable, or am I being unreasonable at the putting a minimum fee on that and raising that up?
But if it's under 100,
Customized report. I guess the other one I was gonna say, I don't know what it entails to do. So let's just say you have 105 parcels. Does that take a lot of time or does it depend upon the parcels they're picking?
It all depends, yeah. So originally to like narrow down these reports, you basically have to run a tax roll, export it, and then start sorting through, like sort by addresses, like by a street name or.
The person could really easily have an hour on something like this.
Question that, and Rebecca's telling me no.
Okay.
You're just exporting an Excel spreadsheet and filtering a couple of times.
Yeah, depending on the situation.
So there's probably some, small town farmers that don't know how to use the internet and you take to charging them minimum fees for some stuff too.
It's tricky. Data is getting expensive and access to data is also expensive. So like for me, I see that $10 for 100 parcels. I think, why is that not $20 or higher?
It sounds like it could get into a lot of work.
It could get, we may be, operating at a loss, right? If we don't bump that a little bit. But what I don't see is are we trying to draft, like, I know we're having the discussion right now, but are we moving towards like an action to try to draft a resolution or?
Yes. And so the idea being that the new fee schedule will take effect January 1st of 2026.
Okay, and for that to happen, do we need to do a vote today?
No.
But we would be coming back in October to do a vote.
Ideally, you would come to some kind of conclusion today with a direct Missy and I to write a resolution. So then if the board does approve it on Tuesday, we can put that into the budget for 2026. Because if we wait till October, we're gonna miss those revenues in Missy's budget.
That would be a surprise to the upside though.
Correct, yep. But it might help us not cut something else.
Might save something.
I mean, I'm okay if you want to raise the $10. I have no problem with that.
I'm thinking 20, but I don't want to be greedy either.
I don't think you're greedy at 20. I think we're still low.
I was originally thinking 25, but then I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's too much, but.
And Supervisor Undershoot's point that there are, like we don't really want to raise it out of the reach of like local or rural farmers, right, who might want this, but those are really the people that I would be more concerned about raising for, but.
Yeah, I don't care about the developers together.
Yeah, the developers, I mean, I'm
If
not.
they can't afford $20, they probably shouldn't have bought this.
They're not a developer.
I mean, unless you want to put a split in there and maybe that's too much of a headache for Missy, but under $10. I don't know. Maybe that's just getting too far off the weeds.
We shouldn't make it more.
Less is more. Less options is more, I think.
Yeah, I think these increases are modest or conservative at best.
You think 20 is too much on the customized report?
I don't have a problem with it.
Well, I guess I'm going by what you see for requests in the office, So if someone comes in and wants, I guess, so how does it work if say I come in and I go, hey, I'd like to get information on this parcel over here. But then I pay $20 if these new rates go into effect.
If it's a single parcel. I think this really kind of pertains to more of a grouping situation.
So then how does it work if someone comes in and just wants one item? Or wants to know, say they're thinking about buying this land next to them and they're like, okay, well, I want to get some information on that land or whatever.
That's just a conversation at the window typically.
But technically, you could say that's a customized report, right?
But we're not printing anything not printing any kind of listing. If a farmer comes in and wants to know all the landowners in the town of Grant, you know, then you're creating that, basically that tax roll.
Or you sell him a plat book.
Exactly.
We can sell more plat.
One of our plat books, not one that's already created and costs a lot more money.
But I could see where somebody's like, I want 5, I wanna know about my neighbors, right? So I need 5 to 10, I guess. Yeah, I mean, $20, $20.
Well,
isn't-
okay, so I buy Onyx every year because I travel opposite, so I'll be going along somewhere and I wanna know who owns this piece of land.
Right, I use it too.
I think it's up to 39 or 30, 35 or 39 a year now.
Yeah, $40 a year.
Yeah.
About where I'm at.
And that's just for Wisconsin. So I haven't found anything cheaper, but and they still have that option of doing that also. I mean, but you're still under in most cases.
So would we then make a motion to draft a resolution or to direct them?
Yeah, unless, and as it's proposed here, or if you want to make an adjustment, then make that adjustment in your.
So. And I'm also practicing, if somebody else has better language, chime in here, but I would make a motion to direct our treasurer and administrative coordinator to draft a resolution to increase these fees as proposed, with the exception of raising the price of a customized report of 100 parcels of less to $20. And also include a clause to review the fee schedule every even year in July.
Worded very well. Have a motion from Mr. Vincent. I'm not gonna repeat it. Looking for a second.
But you want that to these fee increases to take effect on January 1, 2026. That wasn't in your motion.
Would you like to propose an amendment?
I think that should be part of your motion.
Yes, yes, I would. Yeah, for these fees to take effect on 1/1/26, 2026. Somebody partial line vetoes the.
Okay, so I'll read it back. A motion from Mr. Vincent, as presented with a change to the customized report to a minimum of $20. We reviewed, an even year and to take effect January 1st, 2026, to be drafted and, the resolution to be drafted and taken to county board. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A second from Mr. Wedwick. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor signify by aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Next. Number 12, approve Baird to file annual continuing disclosures.
Okay, so this is something that we have to do every year. We have to do EMA filings for all of our debt. And Baird will do that for $1,500. We did have a conversation, Tanya, Sky, Chris and and we decided that that is something that would be beneficial for Baird to do rather than Baker Tilly, because they are who help us issue our debt. They have all of that paperwork. The filing deadline is tomorrow. Baird is already ready to file for us. We just need official action from this committee authorizing that relationship and the $1,500 expenditure.
I think we better put it up.
Are there penalties of missing the deadline tomorrow?
There are huge penalties. Russ County has in the past missed its filing, and that has a substantial impact on your bond rating.
budget does that come out of?
Probably come out of the contract services line. Yep, and we were lucky with Jamie. Jamie was a CPA. Jamie was able to take care of this for us in the past. But this is not uncommon with most counties who don't have CPAs as their finance directors or managers, that they will contract this service out.
I'll make the motion to approve Bear to file the annual continuing disclosures, to the appropriate authority,
For, you want to include the dollar amount or
for $1,500.
have a motion from Mr. Wedwick to instruct Bear to file the continuing disclosure for amount of $1,500. Is there a second?
That is the correct amount, right?
Yeah, I can double check it.
Let's double check that amount. before we move forward. We're gonna state the exact amount. We need to have it right.
Most of my clients simply have Baird make their required filings on their behalf for a minimum annual fee of $1,500, which can be paid from your debt service or general fund balance annually. Chris and I will have to talk with Tanya after this to see if we would put that on our debt service or pay through levy.
Let's set a minimum of 1,500.
Yeah, and that's, it may be more if there are additional charges, but like I said, Baird already has it compiled and didn't say that there are any weird things that came up or anything like that. So my guess is.
Well, minimum, that, yeah, he said minimum. So you want to put a max on there?
Hold on,
I'll say
Ashley.
up to,
Hey, Ashley,
Chris is here.
sorry if I could chime in. It's not minimum, it read minimal fee. So it's, they were saying like what a
You're
less.
getting a deal.
Oh, thank
Exactly.
you, Chris.
Yes, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
it's no problem, but yeah, that's why when I saw that, I'm like, you should definitely have Bear do it because they already have all the information and anyway, and that would be the way to go.
Okay, so we confirm the amount is $1,500.
So the sounds of the wording, yeah.
In that case,
well, I'll raise the amount just to be covered up to $5,000, just so whatever because of the deadlines tomorrow, we can't be
Are you-
mouthing around.
Is there a draft down there or what? You went from 1,500 to 5,000? Is the window behind you?
his last name's not Parsons, sir.
I'd give Terry a hard time. Okay, so is that your motion now? You want to go up that high?
Yes,
Yes, not to exceed $5,000.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Wedwick now. To up to $5,000 to have Baird prepare.
up to,
Up to, not to exceed. Annual continuing disclosures. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a second for Mr. Vincent. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by aye.
I,
All opposed, same sign. Aye. I didn't like the dollar amount. Sorry.
Yes,
All right.
yeah, it's a lot of
Next up,
cushion.
consider extension to Baker Tilly Financial Services contract. They're working on the contract update with Ashley. Gave me a couple things here.
We got an NTE of 66,000 on that one.
Yes, so a couple things on this. This was the discussion that kind of happened. I think it was in the personnel committee when we were talking about a stipend for the highway finance accountant to step into the interim role. There will be a resolution on the agenda next Tuesday to officially appoint the candidate that an offer has been accepted by for the finance director role. So Jim and I had this conversation. We weren't really sure what the committee was going to want in terms of a continuing relationship with Baker Tilly once that candidate gets on board. They do have to give a fairly significant notice because they're in a higher ranking position at their current position. Thank you. So I reached out to Baker Tilly, kind of explained the situation to them, and you do have the contract that they proposed in front of you. Again, the discussion kind of at personnel was, do we want a little bit of overlap? Let's say this person can start, you know, honestly, right around the budget hearing time. $110,000. And Tanya did update last week, I think it was, that we are pretty much there, or we will be here at the end of September likely. So something needs to be decided. If you're not comfortable with the amount or the hours that were in the proposal, that was what I had sent based off of the feedback from personnel. So you guys can change that as you see fit. Or the other option is you could just, you know, thank Baker Tilly and not approve a contract extension, which would come with its own risks.
Well, but so just because we're, let's say we vote to not exceed 66,000 and then we get the hourly rates there. That doesn't mean you have to spend that money. We're just saying that we're approving it. If the new finance director starts, hits the ground, which I think will probably hit the ground running pretty well. You might only spend $10,000 or whatever it takes to get us through, and then a little bit of overlap. Here's what we worked on and stuff. So it's not like the 66,000 is guaranteed to spend. It's just we're authorizing up to that much at these rates, and I don't know that we really have much other option right now.
I make a motion to approve the resolution as written.
Second.
We have a motion for Mr. Vincent to approve the resolution as written and a second for Mr. Undershoot. Is there any further discussion? So we're in a sense, we're not entering into an actual contract. It's for an hourly fee up to
Mhm.
services provided up to 66,000 that we can terminate at any time.
So essentially the back page,
What did I miss?
no, you're exactly right. Essentially the back page is kind of the nitty gritty
Where did this come out of before?
contracted services.
Contract services.
And that was part of the update that Chris gave. So he had said that we've overspent on that. There was some offset though with the director's wages that weren't spent, but any overage would likely be a pull on fund balance.
Okay.
And that 4 months looks like it ends in January of 2026.
We need to include contracted services in here anywhere? No, we don't need to.
This would be transferred.
Fiscal note, I actually did say fund balance because my guess is that if they start in November between Baker Tilly and Sky and Tanya, they will have her up to speed by January 1st. So that's why I put fund balance.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can revisit.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Sorry, hearing no further discussion. All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, passes. Next, I can sign this one.
Nope, I have the signing copy.
That was my scribble copy.
That was for your own.
Thanks, sir. Okay, next up, review of the countywide budget report forms. What did you say you put that in here under again?
Oh, it was under committees, finance 25 September.
You can tell I've been in here looking at it. Oh, no, I haven't. Committees, what'd you say again?
Committees, finance,
In 2025?
By September.
Okay, thank you. This clears mod effective lesson. Like quite a few of these, there's really no change, right?
mhm.
I should,
Chair, I have asked Justin to send the DocuSign to you if you'd be okay taking care of that so we can file our disclosure.
Did you send one just now?
No, I gave him your email address, but it should be coming through if you wouldn't please mind keeping an eye on that.
It'll be a done.
Harry, I'm gonna pick on you.
Still trying to find these things.
Animal control. Either I'm reading it wrong or it says there's no concerns, but. For the spay and neuter, but I think we went through that last month and I don't wanna pick on you, but.
Yeah, for spay neuter, later on when we get to budget for next year. I'm gonna make you very happy and propose a big increase. We,
Increase or decrease? Because we're looking at cutting right now.
increase. The spay neuter fund, we move stuff out of the regular thing into spay neuter, and spay neuter is a non-lapsing fund, so that's plenty of money in there. And there's another fundraiser on the 24th, to do that, so
What kind
it
of,
might be over on that line, but.
That's what throws us off, cause it said there's no concern, but yet it's over and, yeah, I got you.
what kind of fundraiser?
It's a costume party and it's
Yes.
80s themed.
I'll pay Terry to wear the costume and I'll just stay home.
Harry, you wear
Wait,
the costume that I get to pick.
yeah, costumes for Terry.
I won't be able to attend that because I will not be here.
Okay, well, you.
I've already told your
Terry,
mother.
do you not care about the animal shelter?
That's right.
Been waiting for that for a while. But say it right up.
Jeremy, we get costumes.
That's it.
I have a different costume this year, but I don't know that I'd be able to have the fundraiser anyway, given my incredibly awesome schedule this particular season, this fall.
Yeah.
I didn't open the HHS one till just now.
I'll be out of state. Sorry, that's October.
October 24th.
I'll be out of state. Sorry.
These are all in the packet, right?
On the Z drive. The ones we're looking at now.
Oh.
We're trying to
That's an
save her
email
some
on how to
more.
get to all these. Remember that?
I'm lost. What?
Remember when Ashley sent an email that said how to get to all these in the Z drive?
Yeah, when all of us read it and we all had the right intentions and that we were gonna look at these ahead of time and save time. So that she didn't have to put them all in the packet and everybody could just upload them to the Z drive.
I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
Say it again for Jeremy. It's under Z Drive committees.
Oh, yep, committees, finance.
Okay.
And then 2025, then September.
And open HHS first.
No,
I'm going to.
Well, you better, because otherwise you're gonna get big surprise with saving from it. It's just a lot,
Fine.
it's a lot of things that.
Josie Creek Hail Damage here. So. Finance, I need help. I'm lost.
oh,
Finance.
are you on the Z drive?
I'm on the Z drive. Yep,
Okay.
yep, here. Make that bigger.
Oh, sorry. Okay, you missed just one step here. So go to committees. Oh gosh, yours isn't alphabetical.
Oh, wait, right there.
Right here. Okay, perfect. Committees and then finance. Yep.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Thank you. You sent the link. I'm glad you did. Plain sight.
Oh, is this your?
Want this resolution or to give it to?
You'll take the, yeah.
Under the K9, there's medical costs. Do we have just one K9?
Yep.
Isn't there like a so many year training process? Don't they gotta get like overlap on those or not?
Leo is our newest canine, and I think Bryce was in training for like over in Minnesota. We had Kona was with Riley, the investigator, and what was Ben's dog's name? Ben Reisner's dog. I don't remember. So we had 3.
The dogs leave when they left.
Yep, so the dog is like bound to the handler. They can't be retrained. So when Riley and Ben left, we lost those canines. And then we had Leo and Bryce in training around that time. Leo is now a single purpose because of the issues that you see with, I believe it was some jaw issue. So now Leo can't bite. So he's a single purpose. And then there simply just isn't enough money in the budget to get another canine going, but I believe they are planning on trying to do that through donations in 2026.
I think there's usually a good amount of donations specifically earmarked for canine, isn't there?
Yes, and they just,
That's like a cause that people really like.
Yes.
It's like,
yeah, they have I'd have to ask Miranda. I think her name is Cheryl. Is a big donator to that program. And then also the Miners Station did a fundraiser earlier this fall and donated a rather sizable amount, I believe, directly to the canine program. So I think that they will be looking at another dog in 26. It's just a matter of which deputy or investigator, that would be assigned to.
And the city is has, I guess, been going to have a therapy dog, not a drug dog, but a therapy dog, because they go out to the schools and everything. So Officer Ruff, so they have a therapy dog.
Officer Ruff.
they don't have a canine though. Therapy dog.
Therapy dog.
They're going to, or they do have a therapy dog.
Dogs on duty.
Did forestry have a budget? Sheet for us? The committee's forestry 2025 in September, but I don't think there's a budget sheet there.
So if I didn't get emailed it's not. There. But I can see.
Or packet open.
Yeah, I can forward everybody the packet or forward it to Ashley.
I'll just pop it in I'll pop them in right now.
Thanks.
Where are you putting it?
I'll put it in the Z drive for you guys.
Can we? Either I'm reading these wrong or I'm gonna pick on the same department. NCON. I don't know if we need to have someone sit down and, so budget, like here's one, for example, budget expenditures 14,612. This is 646. Budget, and then year to date 8210. Projected expenditure 17,991 79. Numerous like this, which I'm trying to figure out, how do we get a budgeted expenditure that was approved and then go over? And no offense, but it's like this, do people put things under the wrong? It's for the year, it's fine.
Account number or what?
I'm looking at, I'm under LandCon.
Oh,
Budget 646, but there's others in here too that it just, I don't, is it because of the grant thing that? But then here's one up above at 647, budgeted it was 14,000, projected expenditures 10,000. And then they're always checked, no concern. And they're always signed off by the oversight chair. Here's one 650, budgeted 78.5. So far year to date is 1874 and change, but projected is 85,700. That one says no concerns, but then has a note down below, reimbursement from debt cap occurs in February of 2026. Now, some of this swarm, if I remember right, it's got a lot of variables, if I remember right, where it can be used for the swarm grant, but I mean, is that, we don't get, oh, here's another one. Reimbursement from debt cap occurs in February 2026.
So without saying too much, this department will be meeting with a member of the finance department.
So all right, it's gonna be addressed.
Yep.
I think it's just some fixing that needs to be. But I'm just, because they're popped in here every month and the same numbers are used, then I know we've already discussed it. Look at that anymore. Last work.
I mean, yeah. What you were talking about, like, 642, when this is the same thing I had for Chris, says projected expenditures. And things, they've already spent more than. I mean, they reduce the expenditures at the end of the year, but the year to date is already more than projected at the end of the year. It's like. Already spent it. There should be some explanation.
It didn't receive a orange grant. What's this?
So it looks like under HHS, that one. Oh, 463 adult versus. Might be a little under, but not by much.
Yeah, we had, Tanya and Sky and Chris and I had met with, Soltis and Ashley Nelson and Laura on how things were kind of going with placements in that department. And there is a, how do I want to say this? Like a long-term consumer of services, that we will probably, be providing that care for quite some time. And that person ended up at Winnebago, which is what we've been talking about, is incredibly costly. But Chris was able to work with them and work with a different care facility and get that person transitioned out. So that is a good thing with that person. And then the other placements at Winnebago, I think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 5. And those people really weren't on the county's radar. Usually we can intervene beforehand with crisis services and we kind of can provide that support so it doesn't escalate to that situation. But these people were, I think, Chris, didn't they call them transplants or?
Yes.
She came to the last finance meeting and she
Yeah,
said,
some were from out of county.
Yep.
And I will continue to say that our HHS department with their mobile crisis is cutting edge in the state. They do amazing work, really providing the best level of care they can in the most cost-effective way to the taxpayer, as these are mandated services.
you look through those books that has the different counties and stuff. Our HHS, he does a good job.
Andy warned me that this was coming today when he left. Because after he was at Sawyer, he told me what their budget was up there. I ran into him at County's conference that first year. I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, and it was already 3 times what ours was. Now granted, they have some different situations in that county, but with the federal lands and stuff there, but
Yeah, so we'll have an update to share on what we decided there with that continuing appropriation, with that carry forward with the placements. We had a great meeting with the supervisors in the HHS department. So Chris and Tanya and Sky will update you guys on that after lunch when we get into the budgets.
so you're making lunch?
Or what, not, or
After those donuts.
I heard you say you were making lunch.
We got pizza coming.
So did you see, I didn't see anything else that stood out on these monthly budget forms. Did you guys?
I haven't seen anything other than, I mean, the normal, yeah, so I think I got through them all.
The usual, right?
Is there something we missed that you've seen that?
as of right now, as of the end of September, with what we got back with the budgets, we are looking okay in terms of, it's looking like we're not gonna have to end up much from fund balance as we had anticipated. But again, anything can change, especially with some of these higher cost mandated services. But as of right now, I don't have anything to flag. Chris, I don't know if anything stood out to you, but most of the concerns are ongoing.
So when you say may not have to, but we budgeted that from reserve when we passed the budget last year to put in to cover these expenses. So then when I go through, that's where I get a little lost. So, which I'm totally fine with you being right on this. Where I get a little lost is, when we think we're gonna be under on some things like dramatic ones that I look at, like the HHS issue, for example, it looks like we're kind of spot on. It won't be much under,
Yep,
maybe 100, maybe 2 for lucky.
yep.
I mean, it is October 1st, but I'm sure the bills will be out there for a while yet too.
Mhm.
Okay. Everybody make it through those? Do we wanna? Carried it before, make a motion to accept them as presented.
I'll make the motion to accept the county-wide budget report form as submitted.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Wedwick, need a second?
Seconded.
Second from Mr. Vincent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay. If you guys are okay with it. And poor Missy, I didn't realize this has been sitting here all day. I'm just gonna bump up one so that you don't have to look at this anymore if she doesn't want to. And do her out of county travel.
Maybe she lives.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, okay, I mean, maybe I should have asked first.
Either way is fine with me. I don't care.
Oh, let's just do the out of county travel if there's no
Okay.
objection.
All right, so I have two requests. One is for my fall district meeting in Hayward, and that's just to the Sawyer County Courthouse. And then the second one is my fall conference that is in River Falls. So both in October. So the one in Hayward is just mileage. The conference in River Falls is hotel, registration fee and mileage. So
What's the amount?
$827.50 for the fall conference and $34.74 for mileage to Hayward.
Okay.
The out of county travel.
All right, have a motion from Mr. Undershoot to approve the out of county travel. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Mr. Vincent. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes. Thank you.
Just two packets.
Okay, and we got invoices. Well, next up here is invoices. What's it say?
Oh, it's just, it's a.
I know. You have 45 minutes at a time to go through them. But, yeah. I'd like to wrap up invoices, and then my thought was we take a little break for lunch and then we come back in to the budget side of it, if everybody's good with that.
Would be perfect. If possible, could you give me and Chris a time? Because Sky, we gotta get Sky and Tanya in here to get set up too.
I'm thinking probably one. Get through the invoices quicker, we get longer for lunch. If we don't, then I guess Chris probably doesn't. I don't know if Chris needs to be on for invoices or not. We need him on, otherwise.
Let's do
He could step off if he would like to eat or whatever, yeah.
Chris, we're gonna give you a longer lunch break.
Yeah, I love it. All right, so I will be back at 1 o'clock your time, 2 o'clock my time.
Yep, and if we do run into some questions on something on invoices we need you for, we can touch on it
Okay.
then.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You bet.
The other day, I gotta be out of here by 10 to 5.
And after 5, that's what I heard.
Shoots, you're sending spam.
Yeah, that's not for me though. That's from a spam email.
I know.
I just reported to IT.
My father reporting.
I had one, I had Phil Undershoot's email from Undershoots. It's on phone.
Just putting in new door locks.
Email to remind people to check the address.
Is that for the main building here?
No, I think those are probably the 3 in the sheriff's office that the software was no longer supported. That went through.
$1,000 for 60% payment? That's $10,000 for door locks? You guys out of your mind? Buy a steel pipe and put a couple brackets on the inside. Oh, I get it. Stuff. Probably one of those electronic things, huh?
Yeah, all 3 of them, I think, were electronic. There's the lobby door, the north door, and the jail door.
Are they different? And then the rest of the ones we were on the courthouse in?
I believe they are, but they're installed by the same company. So there was like a ancient laptop that ran all 3 of those doors, and Walt or Neil, I can't remember who, was like, the software is no longer going to be supported. So if this ancient laptop goes down, we're locked out of our sheriff's office. So.
I'm just finding it so hard to believe that something that we were using became outdated and just a shocker.
Well, technology, anything, it's like 3 years and everything's outdated.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's ways around it, but really all of the commercial software services have become very expensive and they have us all on update cycle.
No, that's what I was being facetious, but I'm like, yeah, I know this stuff is like,
I mean, literally, you would have to direct IT to build like a Linux system from the ground up and run it themselves to get off of some of these contracted service or some of these IT
We
services.
did that at my former job, and let me tell you, it was great, but our IT guys wanted to pull their hair out. But we had full control over all of our systems, which was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a hardness that I don't know our team wants to take on.
Mhm.
we just did some huge upgrades. I don't know. The last one was Windows 11. Did something before that. All I know is I walked away from my computer last night and I come back an hour later and it was still doing it. And everything is totally different on my screen this morning.
Yeah. Speaking of invoices, I'm not sure how to start the conversation, but when we were at the conference, I had a good talk with the Amazon business folks. It seemed like there was opportunity to combine some of our invoicing. I'm not sure, like, I guess like, so for the example of like animal control, when they buy litter, I guess I was kind of curious, are they using like a personal Amazon card or do we have like a countywide purchasing program already in place?
Mhm.
Okay. And most of our purchases are going through that, right?
I would say that the primary purchases like that are being made at either Amazon or Walmart.
Do we have like an Amazon membership, like a membership?
Yeah, it should be an Amazon.
We have and we partnered with the WCA to go through them to get a special membership, and Walt switched that over earlier this year. So yeah, we're capitalizing on.
So then we have the TV.
Oh.
If you have a Prime membership, don't you have TV? Like if you're gonna watch it,
Oh, we might. I'm not.
put that up in the jail
Oh,
and
there.
Netflix.
I like how you're thinking.
There
Yeah.
you go.
I just want, the only reason it popped in my head, because I'm looking at eliminating some of our crap at our house and I didn't realize you actually get live TV with it also, and I didn't even know I had it.
Sometimes they will show certain NFL games.
That's right.
Night.
Thursday nights.
I don't know, it's just a thought. Maybe it won't work.
And
Talk to Tom about it.
do we have a way to like push people to be using the Amazon versus like the Walmart purchases? Cause I think those are going at full price.
Right, we don't get any discounts necessarily with Walmart. The stuff we are typically buying at Walmart is things like the cat litter that's like super expensive. I'm sorry, super heavy. Or the food where it might be like, she got a litter of kittens and then needed the food immediately. Most of our purchases, I would say, are coming in off of Amazon. And I know that like Shar does a great job with like bring like paper towels from the most advantageous source and things like that.
Cause I was looking at the Amazon website and their business, so their cat litter, like if you buy in bulk is like 30 or 40% off
Okay.
versus like on a monthly basis. So that's something I might take the animal control there.
Definitely.
Palette.
Yeah, buy a pallet.
And store it where?
Exactly.
Well, I'm just saying, Terry.
Isn't there room in one of those buildings that the sheriff's department just vacated?
Oh,
It's-
where'd your mind, huh?
A lot of room and gate.
I missed something, but it's funny, right? Okay, good.
It's funny. It can't be said louder.
Understood.
The city expects it from me, so you're better off to just stay out of it.
To your point, I'm just gonna mention too, we get credit card income for when people are using their county credit card. So if there's opportunity to be using a credit card or check, we get a kickback. We should be promoting that. Not a kickback, but
Use that word.
well, whatever, sorry.
Incentive. It's an incentivized
Incentive.
purchase.
You should see the furniture Missy's got at her house.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Well,
that does-
furniture, I sit on the floor.
I was-
We should be promoting that too, instead of doing either any opportunity.
Oh, yeah, 'cause some of these now are 3%. Is it better than 3%? I think 3 is.
I've got a 2% when I buy and 2% when I pay. So I get a total of 4 on mine.
That like-
My budget line item where it says Wells Fargo,
City.
whatever.
I use my Apple a lot. I know that one's. Yeah.
No, that's good. I mean,
Yeah,
it might be worth issuing some guidance, I guess, or the finance director. I don't know whose purview that is, but
Hopefully by the end of the year, we're discussing a lot of different things. I'd like to eventually. The new director gets going, I'd like to review probably the procedures.
yeah, I think that we have some
Probably
opportunities.
some in there that need some dusting off and.
As I believe our board chair has said in the past, most businesses fail. It's not one big expense, but it's death by 1,000 cuts. You know, everything from using the county gas, right, the highway department, to buying litter in bulk is an opportunity to save some money.
Remember that one time we were in here, Mr. Tater found $80-some in candy that was bought for. He was eagle-eyed.
Heard
I
that.
could be off on the number. He did. He was honey on the spot. And he knew it should not have come out of a certain fund and it should have been another fund. And he was right before it was done. It was. I think Sheriff Wallace ended up getting questioned out of it and everything before it was done.
$80 worth of candy going to the wrong fund is
The county doesn't buy candy for parades. It was used for a parade and it couldn't come out of his fund. And I think it was actually a donation fund that they took it out of. He knew his procedures, manual.
Randy was here. If I missed going over the bills, I felt pretty good that Randy didn't miss anything.
Remember one time I was in here, it was ripping apart. Boy. I believe it was an ambulance, $300 some to get me to it. Much the oil change was, the rotation of tires and everything. It was,
Have you ever seen the bill on an oil change for a Class A motorhome?
no, but I bet it's not good.
Do you have the number on that?
I think he paid like $700 or $800.
I was gonna guess at least 5.
Yeah. He was quite shocked when he went in to pay that bill. It's my parents' good friends, but there's a hidden cost you don't think about when you buy your motorhome.
Would have never even thought about that on, but would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Highway must be happy they got their John Deere track loader,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
95 grand.
That was even cheaper than a Bobcat by like 15,000. At least 10. Terry Ford, the 1981. 44 years old. One that we voted to put up and sell.
Farmer somewhere who's thrilled to get that machine.
Thinking about it, but I mean, sound like they've been putting fair share of money into it lately. You were doing he's doing the bad thing. They're doing this right. App out there now for Ace. And get some big coupons.
Yeah, I know Brett and Tom Hall, utilized ACE.
Maybe he probably knows about it, but if you do a lot of it on your phone, you can order it off your phone and go pick it up or leave it whatever. Out in the country. That's when they bigger things they'll deliver, and then get a bunch of coupons. You spend $100, you get $10 off. I get $20 off.
If they're using the card and they're receiving the incentive, those are all things you probably can't get Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Maintenance is going to Ace, they're the middle of falling project.
You're not waiting.
Kind of
Yeah.
looking that way here. Those are clean. Well,
If you're like me,
super
you end
glue,
up with like-
Gorilla super glue, that doesn't look good.
Why don't
The
they
tube
do
in
that?
PVC. I wonder if they were doing some work over here.
You're saying that there's a lot of invoices for baling wire, tape.
Waterproof sealant, torch kit, fasteners.
Oh, no.
Dark bite connectors, that's for piping.
Actually, but. There's another speaker too, if you want some.
Well,
I haven't seen challenge.
Sorry, Ashley, I don't have a very good spoon.
oh, you're,
A lot of fair price payouts.
That stuff to go towards technical. Every township's running through here.
Motion to approve the invoices.
Motion, Mr. Undershoot, to approve the invoices. Is there a second?
Second it.
Second from Mr. Vincent. Any further discussion on them? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the payment of the invoices, signify by aye.
I,
Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right. We're going, next thing would be, budget. So we're gonna go recess till 1 PM.
Which